another minute or two just so everyone can, I think we're still waiting.
Great, thank you.
Okay, I see quite a few of us here. I think we'll come to order. Anne, can you call the roll, please?
Yes. If you would please announce your presence when I announce your jurisdiction. County of San Mateo.
Dave Fine.
County of San Mateo.
Carol Groom.
Town of Atherton.
I'm listening to the Cal Fire, so don't talk.
City of Belmont.
Julia Mates.
City of Brisbane.
Madison Davis.
City of Burlingame.
Donna Colson.
Town of Colma.
John Goodwin.
City of Daly City.
Dr. Rodas Magwal.
City of East Palo Alto.
Romero.
City of Foster City. Not sure, Catherine? Oh, thank you very much.
Sure.
City of Half Moon Bay.
Harvey Ryback.
Town of Hillsborough.
Larry May.
City of Menlo Park. Menlo Park. City of Millbrae. Millbrae?
Wayne Lee.
Ah,
Yes.
thank you. City of Pacifica.
Deirdre Martin.
Town of Portola Valley.
Jeff Alfs.
City of Redwood City.
Ian Bain.
City of San Bruno. San Bruno. City of San Carlos. I think Laura said that she might be late. City of San Mateo.
Here.
City of South San Francisco.
Flora Nicholas.
Town of Woodside.
Daniel Yost, present.
Director Emeritus.
Pradeep Gupta.
Director Emeritus. Okay, we have a quorum.
How many do we have? Just
Okay, I just got a note that Marty just joined us.
So did Rick DeGolia.
Rick's here.
Ah, thank you, Rick DeGolia and Marty. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, sorry about that. Just had a little trouble getting on.
I hear you. No worries.
We have 20.
Oh, okay. Wow. All right, great. I just want to make sure we weren't close on quorum or anything. Okay. In that case, our next item is public comment. Does anyone wish to address the board on an item not on tonight's agenda? You can raise your hand in the on the participants bar of the on Zoom or on Ring Central here. I do not see any raised hands, so we can move on. And so next, I will take a motion to set the agenda and approve the consent agenda.
So move is Wayne.
Okay.
Second.
Moved by Lee, seconded by Bonilla. And roll call vote, please.
All right, if you would please signify your approval or disapproval when I announce your jurisdiction. County of San Mateo.
Yes.
County of San Mateo. Carol?
Yes, Ann, yes, I vote yes.
Thank you. Town of Atherton.
Yes.
City of Belmont.
Aye.
City of Brisbane.
Aye.
City of Burlingame.
Yes.
Town of Colma.
Aye.
City of Daly City. Daly City?
Sorry. Yes, my bad. I was on
Okay.
mute. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. City of East Palo Alto.
Yes.
City of Foster City.
Yes.
City of Half Moon Bay.
Yes.
Town of Hillsborough.
Yes.
City of Menlo Park.
Yes.
City of Millbrae.
I approve.
City of Pacifica.
Yes.
Town of Portola Valley.
Yes.
City of Redwood City.
Yes.
City of San Bruno.
Yes.
City of San Carlos. Nope. City of San Mateo.
Yes.
City of South San Francisco.
Yes.
Town of Woodside.
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Next up is my report, and I do not have a report tonight, so we'll move directly on to the CEO report. Jan.
Okay. Nice to see everybody here. It looks like we have a full house. So that's really great. And glad that you're all here. Means that you're all well and staying safe. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So I will try to get through this pretty quickly. There's a lot of things to update you on. Staffing update, COVID-19 update, heat wave impact, power on Peninsula, REIT codes, joint rate mailer, IRP, our Cal CCA elected officials meeting, meet and greets, and then our upcoming PCE meetings. So next slide, please. We still have an open position for a data manager. I meant to get rid of all the rest of this from last time, but we are still working from home and working out fine. So next slide, please. So as I have been doing every month since the pandemic started, just give you an update on the impact on our load from COVID-19 and what's going on. And again, thank you to the Power Resources team, particularly Mehdi Shararia, for putting all of this together. Next, please. So this compares the 3 months, April, May, June, and July of 2020 to April, May, June, and July of 2019. And so our load overall has decreased 7% compared to 2019. 16% of that is in medium and large commercial, 20% in small commercial, and then we have an increase in residential of 9%. But because residential makes up a smaller percentage of our load, that doesn't that doesn't help us to show an increase in load. So this is where we're at right now for those 4 months. Next, please. And if you look at our monthly load, this compares each month from January through July of what our 2019 load was and our 2020 load. So you can see starting in March that our load started to go down. April was down significantly, and we've seen, you know, reductions in loads of 6 to 8% every month compared to 2019. And if you look at the, let's go back to that for just a second. If you look at the green bar, which is the large commercial, you can see that there's a big impact there. And then if you look at the, what looks like brown to me, which is the residential, that there's been an increase in that part of our load. And then also a decrease in the orange, which is the medium commercial. Next, please. And then if we look by customer class, those that are in red are the ones that have had decreases. So we see that small commercial has decreased, although the decrease is less than previous months. And then residential has increased. And yeah, so you can see by the colors kind of how things are moving along here. Next, please. And then if we look at our load shapes, The dotted lines are 2020, and the yellow dotted line is July of 2020. So you can compare those lines to the yellow solid line, which is 2019. So it's following a similar shape kind of for commercial, it's just lower. And then for small commercial, we see that kind of the afternoon dip that used to be there, or that was there in the earlier months, April and May, is it's following the regular shape that we see for June and July, and the same for industrial load. And then if we look at our residential load shapes, so 2020 is in the orange and 2019 is in the blue. And we continue to see an increase and a change in the load shapes, particularly in April and May. June and July, the increase is not as great as what we were seeing in the earlier months of the pandemic. Next. We can go to the next slide, please. Okay. So as you, I'm sure, remember, last week was super hot. We had this huge heat wave, and thank you for getting the word out to your constituents to conserve energy. I think that definitely helped us to, or the system overall, to not have rolling blackouts for some of the days that they predicted they might. So what happened? On Friday, August 14th, that was almost 2 weeks ago, the ISO ordered the investor-owned utilities to turn off 500 megawatts of load at 6:36, and then 10 minutes later, they asked them to shed an additional 500 megawatts, and then at 7:56, they ordered the load to be restored. So what was the impact here? 33,868 customers in these cities: San Mateo, Hillsborough, Emerald Hills, Foster City, and Burlingame were affected. Their power was out for a little over an hour. And then about 60 customers were affected in Belmont at a different time. Their power went out at 7:30 and was restored at 8:03. On Saturday, there was another rolling blackout from 6:25 to 6:47, but no San Mateo County customers were affected in that one. Next, please. If we look at our load in August, starting from August 5th, it was running around 9,500 to 10,000 megawatt hours a day. And we see starting on the 13th, when it started to heat up, that it jumped up 13%. And then these percentages on the top are comparison to the same day of the week, the previous week. So Friday the 14th, it was 27% higher than the previous Friday. And that Saturday and Sunday were also quite a bit higher than the previous Saturday and Sunday. So it was a huge jump in our load for that heat wave, for that sustained heat wave. Next slide, please. And I wanted to show you what happened to the prices in the ISO market. So the day ahead prices are in the orange and the real-time prices are in blue. So, and the prices are on the side here. So it ranges from 0 to, the scale is 0 to $1,400 per megawatt hour. So typically prices in the CAISO's market are around $30, $40 per megawatt hour. You can see on the 14th,
Just leave the windows open.
you can see on the 14th that both the day ahead and real-time prices spiked up to $1,000 for certain hours. The same on the 15th. In fact, the real-time price went over $1,000. And then the same on the 16th. The day ahead prices were higher, with the market anticipating the heat wave, so prices were bid up in the market. The same happened on the 17th, but because the heat wave ended up not being critical on the 16th and 17th, even though the prices the day before were higher, the prices in the real-time market were lower because we ended up not having quite the demand requirement that day. But then again, on the 18th, you can see that the real-time prices spiked up over $1,000. So this is the kind of thing we don't like to see, because we schedule our load, which is we make a forecast of how much power our customers are going to use. And we schedule that and purchase power, usually in the day ahead market. If load is higher, then that power usually comes from the real-time market, or the hour before the power is being used. And so when prices spike up to $1,000 per megawatt hour, that's a big hit. But it turned out that we were over-hedged. We ended up doing a hedge in early March because we didn't anticipate this. No one anticipated this. So we actually had more supply on hand than what we needed. So the financial impact on us of these extremely high prices for a sustained number of days was about $700,000 more for the week than what we usually spend, rather than 4.9 million. Had we not been overhedged, this heat wave would have been a close to $5 million hit on our budget. So that worked out pretty well.
Jen, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Since this was a demand-supply balance issue and not forest fire, things like that. So, and since we had enough supply to go around for our customers, for PCE customers, I'm just raising kind of a little doubt here. Our customers suffered outages not because we were short of supply. It was because ISO, California ISO, was trying to run the whole system and balance out the demand and supply. So was it there something that our customers were helping out the other regions which may have been less than enough in their own area? Was there a subsidy of some sort involved here, or am I reading the wrong things here?
No, there was no subsidy. The ISO determined kind of, they called a stage 2 emergency earlier in the day, like on the 14th. And then what happened was a natural gas generator went offline. So they called a stage 3 emergency, which causes them to ask the distribution utilities to start shedding load, namely to start shutting off the power. So I think PG&E just distributed that across their service territory. And, you know, some of our customers were shut off, as were customers elsewhere throughout PG&E's service territory.
Thank you.
Did I answer your question?
Well, I'll talk to you later, but during the time when our customers were dropped, during even that time, our supplies were enough in terms of our supply needs. Because our suppliers were still connected to the grid.
That's right.
I have a question on this topic. It can wait till the end, or I could ask it now, as you prefer.
Go ahead, Dan.
Okay. You know, it looks like first the inclusion of the letters to and from the governor to the PUC and the Energy Commission and ISO were very useful. I've got two questions that came out of my mind reading everything. One is, first, get your take on if there's anything that sort of wasn't addressed in the response to the letters, just based on your observation of the system, sort of anything that wasn't brought up that you think was a cause, or if you think the letters covered it. So that was one. And then two, more specific to us in terms of things we might do. I mean, it looks like this was caused by high demand, which is on particular days, which is predictable, if not on a particular day overall. And then some unexpected outages. It looked like there were two gas facilities and one wind facility over the course of the period that weren't up for the entire time. And it seems to me that if there was more utility scale battery storage with all the excess renewables on the grid during times of the day, that might be a good way to avoid this in the future. And I know for all of our storage, all of our solar facilities that we've created, they don't include storage, but they're storage ready. And the question is, does this speed up the time when we should consider installing storage at those sites that we control?
Yeah. Yeah, I think, having storage on the grid overall will help. And, for us individually, I mean, the fact that we had scheduled enough power in certain hours, and maybe this was your question, Pradeep, as well. I think it was just kind of random how PG&E just shut the power off. So I don't think there was any coordination between the ISO and the utilities as to who got shut off. It's just like, you need to shed load. So they selected certain lines or certain substations and they just shut the power off. And they were going to be rolling blackouts, right? It was going to be like, if you were in this area, like they eventually put something up on their website that said, if you're in this area for this hour, you may be shut off. And then for the next hour, these people in this location will be shut off. So it was just kind of random and arbitrary and had nothing to do with whether a particular entity had sufficiently scheduled its power. I think what this says is that having more local resources where we have a little more control over them will help in this kind of situation. Whereas if you have utility scale resources, that's feeding into the overall grid, but it's not addressing what might be happening in your local area. So, this program we're putting together with Sunrun to get more battery backups out there, battery storage, that's going to help more for our local situation.
Jen, can I just make a comment to clarify that point you just made? And
Yeah.
that is, did the direct access customers also got the same treatment, like they were shut off, even though they may be directly getting their power through the direct access suppliers?
Yes. Yeah, it was just PG&E just shutting, just picking a line and saying, this one's off.
Yeah.
It's not, and they were kind of told to do it pretty quickly. So I think everyone was treated equally as terms of having their power shut off.
Thank you.
Wayne's got his hand up, but Wayne, did you want to ask now or did you want to ask when at the end of Jan's report?
I just want to ask now. Thank you, Jen, and congratulations on your crystal ball. But I was just wondering, and actually it's probably more question to the board, if we don't have these brownouts that often, but should we be planning to have a couple of days of these type of events?
Well, we are. I mean, that's what our whole resilience program is about. Hopefully this kind of thing won't happen too often. We are concerned about, public safety power shutoffs where PG&E shuts off the power because there's a threat of a fire. So they want to de-energize their system in certain locations so that, they won't be the cause of a fire. And if there's an earthquake or other kind of natural disaster, it's good to have backup. So that's what we're trying to do with these resilience programs. And I'll be talking about that in a little bit about the batteries that we're getting out there for medically vulnerable people and the battery backup that we're getting in for people who already own solar systems or people who want to put in solar plus storage.
Okay. Carlos, do you want to ask now?
Yeah, just really quickly, I would like to understand ISO a little better. I mean, it's essentially sounds like a huge trading scheme, and we went to ISO after we went to that entity, and the state established that entity after the whole Enron debacle. But I mean, there are still imperfections in the way the energy gets allocated and traded. And my understanding was that there was actually enough energy in the system that it had not gone down to the critical 3%, that it was probably somewhere in the 8 to 9%, yet they still called this emergency. And, you know, that allowed prices to spike in a really major way. And so the speculative, you know, perhaps, you know, somewhat deceitful, you know, movements of market makers may actually have impacted this. And I certainly would like the board to understand the operations of ISO a little more, and indeed how we might be vulnerable to this in the future. And I also will say I'm glad you guys were overhedged. I think, you know, that's a pretty significant savings, and probably it's worth, you know, all the hedging that we've done in the year. So congrats on that. So just I would like to possibly have this come back later just to understand the ISO piece of our electrical procurement and distribution grid a little better. Thank you.
Yeah, that's obviously a long conversation, and there was a seminar that the ISO put on, I think on the 17th, and a number of us listened in on that. You know, the responsibility for resource adequacy is kind of dispersed between the Energy Commission, the Public Utilities Commission, the ISO. So the ISO was kind of blaming the PUC for poor planning and not having the right kind of resources available. You know, it's one of these kinds of things. And I know there was the article in the New York Times that suggested that it wasn't a real emergency, but the way the ISO presented it that day, it did appear that they were short on resources, and they also expected to be able to draw from other states, imports from other areas, but because it was a west-wide heat wave, the amount of imports that they expected to have weren't necessarily available. But we can go into this in more depth at our next meeting if you'd like, or we can set up maybe a special time to have go over what the ISO does, and in particular what happened in this situation that causes these prices. But this, you know, anytime there's a heat wave, the prices spike. In this case, you know, it was over several days, and you know, we were upset that we had overhedged once COVID started and we had too much power, but this last week we were glad we had overhedged. So I don't know how we come out net, but we haven't figured that out yet. But it was good for last week. And Daniel, I don't think I answered the other part of your question, which was about the letters that we sent out. If it's okay, let's take that offline and talk about that further, because that's a more extended discussion. Okay, I'd like to keep going if there aren't any more comments on this.
Yeah, we should keep moving. We've got a long agenda, guys. So.
I know. And we tried to shorten it too. The Power on Peninsula, this is where we're offering those Yeti 3000 batteries to people who are medically vulnerable. And this is the Goal Zero batteries. So we're happy to report that Hassett delivered, or Goal Zero delivered 75 batteries to Hassett last week. That's the hardware store in Half Moon Bay who's helping us get these out there. And we've qualified 41 customers to receive 43 batteries. And as you know, we're working with senior coastsiders. So they've been very actively contacting people to find out who is eligible and who needs a backup battery. So we're very happy with what they're doing. And so to date, 24 batteries have been delivered. Hassett's, you know, working and contacting customers and scheduling deliveries, and some of the people who needed batteries actually were evacuated. We also are working with Puente de la Costa Sur to reach additional people, and they asked if we could help them place some of their people in hotels who had been displaced by the wildfires. So we did give them a $5,000 donation to provide hotel vouchers for those who were displaced. So because we had that in our budget, and a lot of other sponsorships and things that we're doing are not happening this year. So we felt that that was something that was important for us to help with. Next, please. Reach codes. Congratulations, Burlingame. Burlingame passed their reach code ordinance on August 17th. So we now have another jurisdiction to add to the reach codes. So yay, good for you. We're still working closely with other cities. I think Redwood City has a reading coming up this month. East Palo Alto, you're having a study session soon. And Portola Valley, you are having your first reading soon. I don't think we have a date for that yet. So we're glad to see that other communities are still moving along on this. Next is, next slide please, the joint rate mailer. So we talked about this last month. This compares our rates to PG&E's rates. And the mailed copies were dropped on Monday and should be in people's mailboxes today or tomorrow. Those people who have email addresses in PG&E's system received an electronic copy, and that came out on Monday. About 100,000 people got that. We very carefully checked what was going to be in that email, but for some reason, PG&E does not know how to spell Peninsula. In the process of getting the email sent out, they somehow or other changed the way Peninsula was written, and so there you have it. However, they did not mess with our logo, so it still says Peninsula.
That would have been impressive.
Yes, then we would have really suspected something there, but yeah.
Jan, sorry to interrupt. Wayne's got his hand up. I just wanted to check if Wayne wanted to ask a question during this or could wait.
Oh yeah, thank you, Jeff. Yeah, the question goes back to the batteries for medical challenged people for power outages. Do we know if we reach a whole diversity of people, non-English speaking people?
Yes, we are reaching out. That's why we're working with Puente de la Costa Sur, because they're able to reach the Spanish speaking community. We're focusing on the geographic area where people had 2 PSPS events, and there's certain eligibility requirements for getting the batteries, and it's mostly kind of the coastal area. So that's where we're working. With senior coastsiders, I don't know what their language capabilities are. I think Kirsten may be on the line here and know what.
Sure, Senior Coastsiders is working mainly in English. We've worked with Puente de la Costa Sur to do outreach in Spanish as well, especially in the farm worker population around Pescadero. We've put done an outreach letter to the eligible customers that we know about that went out in English and Spanish. And then we are handling calls. Our staff is handling Spanish language calls. We have that capacity on staff, while Senior Coastsiders handles English language calls. And HACCP is also able to do the trainings and deliveries in English and Spanish. And they've done a couple of trainings in Spanish already.
Kristen, what about customers who may have Chinese as their?
Yes, we have. There's a little bit of a gap there. We haven't necessarily been able to do our outreach in Chinese in that area.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's go to the next slide, please. So last month we talked to you about the integrated resource plan that is due to the Public Utilities Commission on Tuesday, September 1st. And we showed you what the results were of the 2 conforming portfolios and how we needed to be within 1% of the GHG emissions target for a 46 million metric tons portfolio and a 38 million metric tons portfolio for the state. We are also submitting a third portfolio, which is a 38 million metric tons portfolio that is 30% cleaner than the PUC's GHG emissions target. And if we go to the next slide, the composition of this different portfolio is that it would have, so the I know this is not, the whole thing's rather confusing, but the Public Utilities Commission gave us a target of what our GHG emissions should be. So out of this 46 million metric tons, PCEs should be 0.626 million metric tons in 2030. So the column that says 46 MMT conforming portfolio lists the resources that we would need to add to our existing resources to achieve that level of emissions, because we needed to be within 1% of the PUC's target. The 38 million metric tons portfolio shows us adding another 200 megawatts more of solar and another 25 of wind, and that gets us to a target of 0.498 million metric tons, which again is within 1% of the PUC's target. We also looked at another portfolio that's slightly cleaner, where if we can add another 100 megawatts of solar and another 95 megawatts of wind, we can reduce that target by 30% more to have a GHG emissions target of 0.347. So we're turning that in this report just to demonstrate to the PUC what else we can do. And it turns out that the cost difference between these is really minor. So we decided we would put this in, even though we know that none of these portfolios are what we're actually striving for, because we're actually striving for zero emissions, because we're planning to have 100% renewable by 2025. But this is the exercise that we've been assigned to do, and this is the report that we're turning in. And it's the resources team and the regulatory team have been working really hard on this, and you know, our submission will be excellent, as it always is. Next, please. Just wanted to report out that we had a meeting of the local elected officials subcommittee last week. And this is a subcommittee that consists of board members from multiple CCAs trying to figure out politically what can we do to help move along the CCA agenda. And we had Rick Bonilla, Rick DeGolia, and Dave Pine from PCE attending. There was a representative from Clean Power Alliance in LA, one from Redwood Coast, one from Marin Clean Energy, and one from Clean Energy Alliance in San Diego County. And we mainly discussed the PCIA trigger, which we talked to you about before, which is, I believe, which is this a substantial increase in the PCIA that has been proposed for San Diego. And the committee decided that they wanted to submit a letter to the Public Utilities Commission today in response to a pre-hearing conference on the San Diego application. Cal CCA staff and attorneys followed up with some people afterwards and decided that that one pager should not be submitted, so it wasn't. What we are planning to do is develop a longer term strategy for the next legislative session and determine, you know, the best way to engage all of you board members, you know, the 22 of you here, plus the hundreds of other board members from all of the other CCAs together. There's a lot of political strength there. And, you know, we need to call you all to action when we see what's going on with the PCIA. So stay tuned. Next slide, please. We're almost done. So we have set up meet and greets with each of the Public Utilities Commissioners, except for the Office of Commissioner Randolph. She is not meeting with us, but two of her advisors are. So these are the dates. The first one is tomorrow at 9 a.m. And these are the other dates if you would like to attend. And of course, these are all virtual, so you just need to get on the Ring Central call or the Zoom call. We would welcome you. So if you see something here that interests you, please let us know or let Shana know. We'll mainly be talking about our strategic plan and just presenting to the commissioners what our plan is for PCE, what we've accomplished so far and where we're headed.
Jan, this is Rick. Let me say something. I want to encourage the other board members to try to attend these meetings. They're brief, they're a half an hour long. It is very important to understand the perspective of these PUC commissioners. And believe me, it's a different perspective than you and I have. So, you know, this whole space is a very complicated technical space. These people, their obligation is to regulate the IOUs, and they end up wanting to regulate us as much as they regulate the IOUs, but they have some real regulatory authority that's important, which is why our staff spends so much time on it. It gives me a great deal of perspective just to attend these meetings and to listen to the commissioners. And for the most part, they're quite responsive to us. So I encourage, because they want to hear from electeds, they, you know, mostly hear from lobbyists. So I encourage you to attend these meetings because the voice of the electeds really to them represents the people that you are charged to represent.
Yeah, that's a great point, Rick. And, you know, you all are the governing board for the CCA, and it's important for them to meet you because I think it also gives them some comfort and gives them some perspective that, wow, these governing board members are really accomplished people who know what they're talking about, who are very committed to making sure that this organization is being run well. And they really need to know that so that they, you know, trust us a bit more and don't try to interfere in our business as much as they do. Next slide, please. We also have meetings set up with the California Energy Commission commissioners. So I just found out all of these dates. We've got 4 of them lined up. We have 1 more set up. And the CEC does not regulate us, but we do interact with them. You might remember that the $12 million of Cal EVIP money came through the California Energy Commission. So that's for us to use for installing those EV chargers. So it's important to have a relationship with these folks as well as we start doing more innovation projects, as we start trying to get additional funds through the Energy Commission for some of the programs that we want to implement. So we've got these set up, and please let Shana know if you can attend. And we'll also put these dates out tomorrow in the newsletter so that you also have it in your email and can follow up.
And Jan, CEC is also very important because they are the ones who give credit for our renewable resources in terms of resource adequacy requirements. They are the ones who put out the number, the percent of the total capacity of renewables that could be counted as reliable, enough capacity for PUC to count as part of the RA. So in a way, CEC does impact us indirectly.
Yeah, we work with them in putting together our load forecast. So we project what our load is, the CEC kind of approves it, and then they pass that on to the Public Utilities Commission. And yeah, whatever our load is does affect what we are assigned for resource adequacy. So.
Thanks, Jan. I just want to say that I'll be signing up for a few of these meetings too.
Right, great. And we did have one meeting with Patty Monahan regarding the EV ITP program. Right. So we're gonna meet with her again.
She deserves it.
She'll be excited to see us, I'm sure. But it's great. David Hochschild I've known for a long time. He's been in the solar business for years and years. And I mean, everyone here is very expert in their field. And I think it'll be great for them to meet us and to meet you as well. So whoever can come, that'd be great. And then my last slide is just to note when our next meetings are. So we look forward to seeing you next at the annual retreat, which will be on Saturday, September 26th. We'll, in the past, it's always been an in-person meeting. We usually start at 8 o'clock with breakfast, and then we go till about 1. This year, we're actually not going to give you breakfast. You're going to have to take care of your own. So we maybe can start a little later, and would like to kind of get some input from you as to how long we should make this. We're trying to figure out ways we can make it interactive, although it's a challenge with these kinds of meetings. We can have breakout rooms to discuss things, but we also need to accommodate the public. So we're trying to figure out how we can make this fun and informative for you and for us. And we'll be in touch about that more. That's all I have.
Thanks, Jan.
Thank
Are
you.
there any other questions for Jan on her report? Okay, I am not seeing any, so we will move on to, oh, go ahead, Dan.
Is there any value with our meeting with anyone at the ISO in the same way that we meet, with energy commissioners and PUC commissioners?
That's a good question. We can think about that. We've just recently started being more engaged with the ISO, because they're the transmission operator and we don't have transmission, but there are a lot of proceedings and rules and things that they're involved in that do affect us and do affect our resources. So Jeremy's the one who's been mostly engaged with them at this point. We'll figure that out. That's a good question, and we'll see what we can do, Danielle.
Sounds good.
Any other questions for Jan? And if you don't raise your hand in the participants bar, I can't guarantee that I will see you. So just warn you that. I did catch Daniel this time. Okay, I don't see any other hands raised, so we'll move on to item 3, which is a CAC update. Desiree.
Okay, so the CAC met 2 weeks ago, and I'll just give you a brief update. One, we had a nice report come in from Joe Weedman on some of the legislative and regulatory work that's being done, kind of the climate in Sacramento and really what's happening legislatively and a lot of things that aren't able to happen due to COVID. And that went in line well with one of our working groups that the legislative and regulatory group had met with Joe recently and kind of came up with a plan with how we can work more closely and really have an impact. If something urgent comes up, we now have a communication channel where he can contact us, and we can write letters or make phone calls as needed. But for the most part, we'll wait until next year unless something urgent comes up this legislative cycle. And then we also had a really nice report from TJ Carter on the education programs, an update from that, which I think was timely because one of the biggest working groups we have is our education group, and we have a lot of new members on the CAC in that group. So it was a good overview of all the great work that PCE has done for teachers and students and administrators in the county. And that really gets the ball rolling now for our education working group to work with staff on new ideas and support the existing programs. And then we had some working group reports, which is going to be a bigger part of our meetings going forward. And just to highlight a couple of those, one group is our equity subgroup. And that one I think will be coming back to our group with an idea of maybe having a statement on equity for PCE that maybe eventually we'll come to the board with. And another one is a group looking at strategic priorities. That group was also recently able to meet with Jan, which was really good to talk about Merced County expansion and also kind of strategic planning for PCE. Let's see, the only other thing I should report, I guess, is we had the election of our chair and vice chair for the next year. Ray Larios volunteered and was elected for vice chair, and I went ahead and took on another year, but hopefully Ray will take in this position next year. So hopefully we'll have Ray maybe come and give one of these reports so that you can all meet him. He has been on the committee, I think, for a year now. I think that's all I have. Are there any questions?
I just want to thank you both for stepping up to lead the committee again for another year. Looks like Wayne has a question.
Just a quick comment. I just really appreciate what the CAC is doing, especially the new subcommittees. It sounds very fascinating, and it looks like they're really on up to the current issues. So thanks again.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions for Desiree? Okay. Yeah, I agree. The group has really sort of set out a very several new initiatives, and they're really trying to get to work on helping us with lots of different ideas. So thank you all. Okay, we'll move on to item number 4, which is an update from the Audit and Finance Committee. Donna, do you want to give us that?
Yes. So similar to you, I think we didn't really have a lot to report out. I think it's all come through. You guys probably will notice in your reports, you should be getting your monthly summaries that we've started doing. So I hope everybody's enjoying having an opportunity to look at that. And if you have questions, you can direct that over to us. And then the last thing, we're just taking a look at some of our ESG situations, as we mentioned, and that's coming up in the next meeting or two. Otherwise, looks good. Quarterly report. Okay, quarterly. Yeah, quarterly report. I guess the months. Andy's telling me the reports are coming quarterly.
Okay. And ESG is it's the investment policy. It's remind me. It's
environmental, social, and
governmentally responsible investing. So it's been an initiative we've been pursuing as an option for us to invest. So
right. So the ESG is something we're taking a look at, how we would implement it, what we would do, what it would cost, and we've been sort of working on that on the side.
Yeah.
So I thank Andy and the staff for putting that more comprehensive quarterly report together for the board. I appreciate it. They did a nice job on it.
Yeah. Great. Okay. Any questions on audit and finance? Okay, thanks, Donna. And we'll move on to item 5, which is the small business COVID bill credit and the San Mateo Community Fund donation. Leslie.
Hi, thank you. I can, the next slide, please, would be great. So just to, a little bit of an overview, I don't think I need to remind everyone, but, COVID and the shelter in place orders have been created a lot of, sort of havoc, especially not just for us as individuals, but in the business community. Many small businesses throughout San Mateo County have been closed since the shelter in place order started about 5 months ago. Those that have been able to reopen have done so in the most part in a very limited capacity fashion, with reduced revenues and increased overhead, trying to account for increased safety requirements and other operating requirements. And even though the energy usage for the small business community has not increased during this time frame, energy costs still remain, an ongoing monthly obligation for all of these customers. And so when thinking about what we might do to, assist this really, sort of particularly impacted group of customers, maybe in the same way that we provided some assistance, for our, very vulnerable low-income customers, care and fair customers, we thought about, we looked around at what some of the other CCAs were doing, and saw a program down in Silicon Valley, Clean Energy, for a bill relief. Thank you. So what we're looking at doing is essentially sort of mimicking that program here in San Mateo County, where it's a $250 bill credit for up to 6,000 qualifying small business customers. So the maximum outlay here would be $1.5 million if all those customers applied for the credit. We would filter those customers out by looking at our A1 and B1 and A6 and B6 accounts, and to be eligible to, sort of receive this offer, you would have to, be a customer that has one of those accounts, but also have no more than 2 accounts under your service ID. And also that second account would need to not be a large commercial account. So we have, some of our larger commercial customers, they have big, E19 services, and then they have a couple of office spaces that are also A1 or B1. And so those customers would get filtered out. And so this would truly be the small business community, which we've done an initial filter as, and we're looking at around 12,000 or so customers. We actually sort of updated it the other day, and it's a little bit less than this initial estimate here, but it would be around 12,000 unique customers that would be potentially eligible for this. We would send out a letter to anyone, to everyone on this list. And the idea would be that customers, rather than being the automatic $100 credits that we gave to everybody in the Care Fair program, these businesses would need to reply to us to receive that credit. And so we're looking at like a web form that has some information that we would like to get from them about their business, contact information about what type of business they are, how many employees they might have, for their business, some general sort of marketing-ish type of questions, along with information about whether or not they'd like to have some follow-up contact about some of our upcoming programs or electrification initiatives. So a little bit of a twofold of being able to get some good contact information for this community that's really hard to connect with on a good day, and almost impossible to connect with right now, but also provide them a little bit of a introduction if they don't know who we are already, and let them know that we're providing this support to their business in the form of a credit. Once the businesses, sort of were successful in that application, or response in the web form, we would have an automatic credit applied. Calpine can do this very similar to how we did the Care and Fair credits, and would be applied within 1 to 2 billing cycles for them directly on their bill. Next slide, please. So I referenced the Silicon Valley Clean Energy program. Silicon Valley Clean Energy launched a very similar program back in May. They had about 10,000 customers that were eligible through their similar filter criteria, and they did an approval for up to 4,000 customers to respond. They've done 2 hard copy mailings to eligible customers. So far, they've got a little bit under 3,000 customers that have responded to their offer, and so they're going to do one more follow-up. The initial response sort of finalization time frame for them was July 31st. You needed to reply to the offer by July 31st to be eligible. But since they still had room under their approval threshold, they're doing another final outreach via email to see if they can encourage a last batch of customers to respond and reply. Okay, the next slide, please. And so the second part of this is we're looking at recommending a donation to the San Mateo Credit Union Community Fund. So a little bit of twofold here. We looked at what was going on in the rest of the communities, and a lot of the other CCAs were doing some direct donations to specific relief organizations to try to encourage or try to help some of their customers in more indirect supportive ways in addition to direct bill relief credits. And we reached out to SAMCETA to understand, you know, how they, what the distribution process was with the San Mateo Strong funds, what they were looking at going forward, what was their plan, and that's where we came up, you know, with this this proposal here. So, for those of you that have been following the San Mateo Strong initiative, you may already be aware that in addition to the direct grants that they gave out in the one big batch and early on in the program, they had this last final $200,000 in their small business award category that they had granted to the Renaissance Entrepreneurship Center, which is a organization based in East Palo Alto. And they've also they've also worked with San Mateo Credit Union to establish a community fund for ongoing support, both for direct core services for residents, whether it be, you know, applications for, you know, rent relief or other types of needs, and then also supporting, continue to support small businesses and other community, you know, members through programs like the Renaissance Entrepreneurship Center. So just a little bit of background on the Renaissance Entrepreneurship Center, if you're not familiar with it already. They've been around in East Palo Alto since 2007. They do comprehensive small business training and support services for, in particular for low-income and people of color, launching their own small business in San Mateo County. They have got outlets throughout the Bay Area, but this particular one is focused on serving San Mateo County in particular. Over the last 2 years, they've served almost 200 businesses throughout San Mateo County. And with the funds that they're going to be receiving from San Mateo Strong, they're going to be issuing grants in specific areas for businesses who've asked for assistance, who've indicated they need this help in order to, you know, either pivot their business or relaunch their business in times of COVID, with training to reestablish revenues, some technology assistance, also funds for purchasing PPE equipment and supplies for employees, or potentially retrofitting their business so they can open safely and meet current guidelines. So we like this idea of providing some additional support to this initiative that was already, you know, been sort of greenlit by the County Board of Supervisors with the donation direction from the remaining San Mateo Strong funds. And we think this would be a really great way to provide some additional support to a really, you know, at-need group of small businesses within San Mateo County. Next slide, please. And just to review, the total potential financial impact of this would be $1.55 million. That would be if all eligible, you know, potential $6,250 grants were applied for, in addition to the $50,000 donation to the San Mateo Credit Union Community Fund. And just to, you know, reassure folks, we did look at this, and our cash, if we were to move forward with this, the cash reserves would remain well above our required policy level. So we could move forward with this community contribution and still be well within our reserve thresholds. Next slide. And so just wanted to open up if there's any questions from folks about this.
Okay, thank you, Leslie. I see a couple of hands up. Rick had his hand up. Go ahead, Rick.
Thank you. I wanted to ask, for purpose of this proposal, how do we define a small business?
So for small business on our end, to be eligible for the $250 business, to be eligible for the $250 credit, they need to have the rate. They need to be at the rate class of A1 or B1, which is the same rate. It's just the old version of small commercial plus the new version of that rate. or A6 or B6, which are both of those rates are reserved for small commercial service. You need to be below, 70 kW, I think it's 75 kW in load. It's a classification of commercial electric service specific for like a small business.
So we don't look at the revenues, we just look at their
No.
electricity use.
Yeah, we actually don't have any information about, I mean, we don't, on our end from the utility side, we actually don't have any of that information. Yeah, we would have, if we wanted to, add that additional criteria, to an application, I think one, it would create a lot more, a lot more sort of work on the applicant side to apply and a lot more work on our end to review it.
I like this
Yeah.
way. It's simple, so that's good. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Rick. Pradeep is next. Go ahead, Pradeep.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff. Leslie, I like the program and the intent of the program for the donation as well, but I have a little bit of discomfort about selecting one particular agency to decide to give the donation when we have the funding coming from all the ratepayers of the whole county, and there might be other deserving agencies that might also need a donation. So is there any way of accommodating a little bit more open field to see if there are any other areas where we can create donations? Thank you.
Sure. I mean, yeah, we could go back and look for more agencies. We a little bit, what we did here was talk to SAMCITA and sort of take their, I mean, they've been deep in this for the last, 5 months, really doing a lot of work in surveying businesses throughout San Mateo County, working through the San Mateo Strong initiative, trying to figure out how the best way to sort of issue these funds. And it really came as a recommendation from Roseanne, the CEO of SAMCITA, for us to consider this particular sort of route for a donation to make it as a donation to the San Mateo Community Fund, and then have it earmarked out for the Renaissance Entrepreneurship Center program that they're spinning up to provide some additional COVID, business relief assistance for, businesses and for businesses throughout San Mateo County that they have worked with that are minority-owned businesses, small businesses coming from folks that have some, restricted sort of income background. So it seemed like a really good fit and a way to target a community of business community that may not have other resources, that may not have been as savvy as applying for PPP loans or some of those other things. But we could look for other agencies if that is the board's preference. But that does seem like a pretty good route, considering the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors kind of approved the remaining $200,000 from the San Mateo Strong Fund to go in this direction.
We'll come back to that, Pradeep, but that just as a discussion among the board members. Donna's got her hand up. Go ahead, Donna.
Thank you. Just first of all, I'm very familiar with Renaissance. I've met with them on numerous occasions, and I think what's really important to remember is that they're just a conduit organization. They are not the organization receiving the funds. They're simply the organization that has agreed to do all the work, to go through and sort through the applications, disperse the funds, qualify the businesses. So, to find a group willing to do that for free and to disperse 50,000, which just cut pilogram and goes, I am really with that organization doing it. And I think if we start to, first of all, if you start to spread it all out, you just won't get the same high level quality of due diligence work. So to me, focusing it on the one group is really important, and they are an excellent choice. Secondly, I just have a question. Doesn't have to be answered tonight, but we're doing so many things around COVID. We did the CARES and FAIRS people. We're doing this. Jan, maybe we could discuss it at the retreat, a way to notify the rate holders, like, whether it's the website and our marketing team can work on this. Like, how do we notify all the people in the county, all the work we're doing, whether it's the fire relief, getting out the money. I'd love to see something at the end that says, this is what we've done for COVID. Here's what we've done to address the fires. And, you know, here's how we're helping you, so people know. We could about how to that talk retreat. And then finally, just a real quick question. Do property owners qualify as small businesses in the $1.5 million, like small, if you own 4 units and you're a property owner and you're renting out, and you know you've obviously, maybe your clients aren't paying you and you could get relief on your bill?
So to sort of qualify as an entity under this, you know, sort of screening process that we set up, as a customer, as a named customer, you would have to have 2 or less accounts in your name. So if you know, had 5 accounts in your name, then that you would have gotten screened out from our initial review of this.
And if you're a residential landlord, you probably wouldn't have any A1 accounts, right?
No, because if you're a resident, yeah, the only way in most, even in a like a multifamily unit situation, the master metered account usually isn't a commercial service. It's usually it's like a different category of residential service. It's usually not like an A1 service.
Yeah.
All right, no problem. I just know I'm going to get asked the question, so I just wanted the answer.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Carlos has his hand up. Go ahead, Carlos.
Yes, I wanted to speak in support of the proposed program, and also I think echo what Donna said about Renaissance. They are principally based in San Francisco, but they're about 35 years old, and Sharon Miller, who runs the organization, is really top-notch in terms of both an executive director and also thinking outside of kind of the normal forms of helping small businesses. I mean, for what it's worth, the City of East Palo Alto actually paid Renaissance about $15,000 to work with our small businesses so that they could try to access and get PPP, the PPP loans, the Paycheck Protection Program loans, and they were actually quite successful in getting small businesses to actually apply for some of that money. So I think I understand Pradeep's potential interest in looking at other organizations that might be able to help do this work. But if indeed SAMCETA is kind of given its blessing, I think that's probably enough for me to say that yeah, we should go with the Renaissance. And there are not a lot of groups that do the type of work with small businesses, both minority, women-owned, and just in general small businesses that Renaissance does. So I support the entire package, but in particular, I also think that Renaissance is the appropriate body to be using for this. And they are active around the county. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Carlos. Dave Pine is up next.
Thanks, Rick. I just wanted to speak briefly in favor of this proposal and really appreciate the staff's time in putting it together. You know, we really learned about how small businesses have been just so severely affected by COVID. And so I think it's really great that we're doing a parallel effort to help them, just as we are to help our low-income residential ratepayers. And, you know, just speaking on behalf of the county, just extraordinarily grateful for this contribution to the San Mateo County Strong Fund. And I think there, you know, I like the idea of targeting it this way and having maybe some more significant impact in a particular area. There's need everywhere you look, but this one makes sense with the recommendation of SAMCETA. And, you know, I look, you know, PC is really entrepreneurial too. And we, you know, a lot of things we do are to support entrepreneurs. So to me, there's a linkage there. And then finally, with the social justice and racial inequity issues that we have to confront, you know, it's also a good fit. So very happy with all this. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Dave. Rick Bonilla, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to add, I also support this project. I think this is a great thing to do. It's targeted properly, and the $50,000 that would go to the San Mateo Strong Fund, I think is a wonderful thing. It shows our support for small businesses. I think I'm familiar with the Renaissance entrepreneurship. I started working with them as a Carpenters Union representative in the Hunters Point and Bayview district back in 2009. And at that time, they don't just help small businesses, they also help entrepreneurs to get a business started. They literally show them steps they need to take. I spoke to the group about construction because at the time Lennar was getting ready to start their Hunters Point project, and there were a lot of opportunities for contractors there, and lots of people were there that wanted to try and bid on some of that work. So I think they're a great organization. Thanks.
Thanks, Rick. Is there any public comment on this item? Again, make sure you raise your hand in the participants screen so I can see you. Okay. If there's no other questions or comments, I could entertain a motion on this.
I make a motion. This is Wayne. I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay.
And I'll second.
Okay, moved by Lee, seconded by Bonilla. Any other discussion on this item? I think it's a great, I like it too. I think it's a great program. I'm looking forward to it. So thank you all for preparing for this. Any other comments from the board on this one? All right then, Anne, roll call vote, please.
All right, if you would please signify your approval or disapproval of the of this bill credit and community fund donation when I announce your jurisdiction. County of San Mateo.
Yes.
County of San Mateo.
Yes.
Town of Atherton.
Yes.
City of Belmont.
Yes.
City of Brisbane.
Yes.
City of Burlingame.
Yes.
Town of Colma.
Yes.
City of Daly City.
Yes.
City of East Palo Alto.
Yes.
City of Foster City.
Yes.
City of Half Moon Bay.
Yes.
Town of Hillsborough.
Yeah. Yes.
City of Menlo Park.
Yes.
City of Millbrae.
I approve.
City of Pacifica.
Yes.
Town of Portola Valley.
Yes.
City of Redwood City.
Yes.
City of San Bruno.
Yes.
City of San Carlos.
Yes.
City of San Mateo.
Yes.
City of South San Francisco.
Yes.
Town of Woodside.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you all. Thanks, Leslie and staff for putting this together. Okay, we will move on to item 6, which is consideration of a new member opportunity and proposed JPA amendments. Jan, do you want to start on this?
Yes, thank you. And joining us tonight is Sean Marshall, who I'm sure all of you who've been here from the beginning remember. And David Silberman will also be speaking at some point as well. So I'll kick this off with some history, and then Sean will jump into some of the specifics, and we'll kind of tag team tonight. If we could go to the next slide, please. Okay, I think maybe I have them in the wrong order. Or can you go to the next slide? Okay, yeah, this one was meant to be first. So I just wanted to review kind of our engagement with the city of Los Banos. We've been talking to them for a couple years, and they've been interested in being associated with us ever since we broke ground on the Right Solar project, which is right there in Los Banos. So that was in October of 2018. We met a number of the city council members at that event, and the mayor was particularly interested in talking to us further. We made a presentation to the city council in September of 2019. We've gone down there a few times and talked to them. As you know, the project, the Right Solar project, the 200 megawatt solar project, which is the largest CCA solar project at this time, started delivering power in January. And we continue to engage with the city. And in June of 2020, they voted to move forward with the technical study. So we have an engaged MRW to work on the technical study, which really looks at what is their load, how does that work with our load, what are the financial impacts of adding them to to PCE. And we met with the city staff and the city manager last week, and we continue to be aligned in terms of the idea of adding Los Banos to PCE as a full member. We formed a subcommittee, the new member inclusion subcommittee, who met on August 13th. And we went through a more detailed review of 3 different options of how we could work with Los Banos. And Sean will go into this in a little more detail, but basically we came out with option A, which is full membership, and basically inviting Los Banos in to be a member with all of the rest of you at the same level. So if we can go back 2 slides, actually. So what we're bringing to you tonight is to consider the subcommittee's recommendation to offer fully integrated membership to Los Banos, and we'll talk a little more about the governance and management options. And then pending the results of the technical study, direct staff and the subcommittee's authorization to offer membership to the City of Los Banos, and then consider the proposed amendments to our JPA agreement. And then that needs to be sent out to all of the member agencies for a 30-day notice period. So we'll go 2 slides, next one, and I'll turn it over to Sean.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Jan, very much. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, super. Okay. Thanks for that background, Jan. It's been a pleasure to work on this project with you all for the last, must be 5 months now. And I'm glad to report we had also a very productive meeting with a Zoom call with the city manager and the staff at Los Banos just last week. And I believe that the city manager, Alex Terrazos, is with us this evening. So I'm glad he could be here to listen in as well. So just jumping off from what Jan introduced, I want to just dive into the heart of the matter. This slide here is related to the first recommendation that's before you, which is consider the subcommittee's recommendation to offer fully integrated membership as the preferred option for new members. And as you can see here, and also I want to point out more specifically the matrix that was shared as part of the board packet. We did a fair bit of research and analysis around 3 different options. The first being fully integrated membership, which is generally the most common form of expansion among CCAs in the state of California. The second option we analyzed was what we're calling modified membership with a separate accounting and certain separate functions within PCE. And then option C is what we thought about as the outsourced or contract service model. Some people think of this as like the CalChoice option. And within those 3 categories, we looked at 14 specific considerations that are relevant to both PCE as an organization and frankly to Los Banos as a potential new member. And I can go through these in some detail if you like, or maybe stop here and ask if there were any questions that folks had about the considerations and the matrix and what led up to the subcommittee's choice of option A. Shall I continue to give some high level or address questions at this point?
Why don't we pause for questions? If anyone's has had a chance to read the report and look through the matrix, we in the subcommittee did spend quite a bit of time on all of this. So I mean, I'm happy to answer questions between us, but I'm not sure I want to go through that whole. It's a lot of information. So
yes, I agree.
Are there questions, or if anyone on the committee wanted to sort of make a comment about our deliberations, we could do that now too as well. So.
I could, Jeff.
Go ahead, Rick.
I could just say that we conducted very thorough discussion on the different options and using the matrix and following and considering the process. And the committee consisted of you, me, Rick DeGolia, John Keener, I think. Rick and John Keener had traveled several times with Jan a couple of times out to Los Banos. So we really kind of had all the background information, what they really wanted to do. And then we, examined the reality of the possibilities that we could do. And we arrived at the recommendation that we made based basically on a process of elimination. What would be the most workable and provide the best governance opportunities for the 20 existing entities, 21, that are already members of our Joint Powers Authority. So I think that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Rick. Rick DeGolia, you want to add to that?
Yeah, I would say that our principal, well, there was a twofold focus in our going to the Central Valley, and we went several times. I probably went 5 or 6 times, both to meet in Los Banos, and I met with members of the Board of Supervisors and City Council in Fresno. And so there's both kind of a political and a technical thing that I think is worthwhile to go through so board members understand it. Politically, we felt like it was really right for us to bring in Central Valley communities into the CCA environment, because we knew that we were going to have battles with the IOUs and no doubt with the PUC, and that those battles would ultimately take place in the legislature. And for us to succeed, we need the support of diverse communities throughout California. And the Central Valley was ripe to come into this because they're completely dominated by PG&E. So we felt that extending our reach politically was really a smart thing for us. We also felt committed to raise the CCA issue with every community where we put steel in the ground. And since we put a substantial amount of steel in the ground in Los Banos, it was a natural for us to reach out to the whole Merced County environment. And we met with many different cities, both city managers and city councils in Merced County, and we met with members of the Board of Supervisors, and we met with a couple sort of umbrella organizations that represented a cross sector of stakeholders that would be interested in the subject. And we got a good response. But the only community that decided to pursue this feasibility study was Los Banos. And I believe that they were principally interested because that's where we were generating 200 megawatts of solar power, and they wanted to benefit from that solar power, both the benefit of the clean energy and the benefit of the lower cost. There were different kinds of models, as Sean has showed here, but given that we're really just talking about one community, which is not an insubstantial community, I think it's about 40,000 residents in Los Banos, so it's about midway within San Mateo County. I think there's 10 of our cities that are larger and 10 of our cities that are smaller. I think it will be great for us to reach out to the Central Valley and include them. I think that over time, they're going to have some differences, some policy differences than PCE has asserted, and we heard that throughout the conversations that we had. But, you know, for them to come in, they're just going to be one of what will now be 21 members of the board. I think it's a very good recommendation, and I support it.
Okay, thank you, Rick. John Keener's got his hand up. Go ahead, John.
The subcommittee recommends option A, the fully integrated membership, and it's good not only for PCE, it's the best of the three, but we think that it's the best for Los Banos as well. And we look forward to, of course, more information from their side to confirm that.
Yep. Thanks, John. Pradeep, go ahead.
CCA movement, and this action is very much in that direction. And also our study will show the impact of this action on both Los Banos as well as PCE in total. So I think it'll be approved with both of the parties benefiting from this action. My only concern during the subcommittee discussion was that the PCIA component of Los Banos could be different from PCIA, which is imposed on PCE as we currently stand because of difference in legacy when we leave PG&E service area. And since our rates have to be uniform across the whole PCE region, the PCE component is included in the rates. So our reduction or comparison of the rates in Los Banos compared to PG&E may be favorable or not favorable. And that was a question mark that I had raised at the committee level. And it might have been resolved. I don't know about it, but that was a concern that I had raised and I wanted to share that with the board. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Pradeep. That's a good point. We did talk about that, but we didn't have an answer. Do Sean or Jan, did we ever get any further on that one? I know some of it kind of depends on what the vintage is when they actually leave, so there might not be a good answer for it. I was just curious if we knew anything more about that specific question.
Yes, well, we do. MRW has been doing the technical study, and we've been, having a lot of active discussions with them about what the assumptions are for the technical study, including the rate projections and what the PCIA might be, what our PCIA is since we're 2016 vintage, what theirs would be as 2021 vintage. And, MRW is the consulting firm that closely follows this. And their assessment is that the PCIA would actually be pretty close to ours. And they don't see a big difference there. However, there might be, the rates might be slightly different for a limited period because of the way we calculate the rates. But we're still kind of looking at that. The thing is, we take the PG&E rate, we take off 5%, and then we subtract out the PCIA and the franchise fee. So if their PCIA is larger than ours, then the contribution that Los Banos customers would be making to PCE would be less than PCE customers. But we already have that case right now because we have lots of different rate structures, and different customer classes have different rates and different PCIA charges. So we already have the circumstance where different customer classes are contributing a different amount to PCE. So they're going to be a small portion. They make up about 4.8% of our overall load. So it's not significant.
Yeah.
But when we get to the next slide, we can get more into the details on the technical study.
Okay.
And where that's going.
Okay, thank you. Before we do that, Ann Schneider's got her hand up. Ann, go ahead.
Chair, I'm sorry, I was waiting for the public comment period, and I'm happy to wait. I am not wearing my alternate board member
right.
hat.
Yeah. If you don't mind, I'll ask you to wait till we're done with the presentation.
I am happy to wait.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Ann. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay. So should we go to the next slide? Okay, there we go.
Hey, Jan, before we go to the next slide, if I may.
Yes.
This is back to Sean here. I would like to just key off of something that John Keener said and just elucidate a little bit more. So the fully integrated membership option is the one that is suggested by the subcommittee, not only because it is the least burdensome option for PCE from an administrative and organizational perspective, the analysis, it also potentially has, as John Keener pointed out, benefits to Los Banos, and specifically potential zero cost to join, access to PCE's credit capacity, credit rate, which confers benefits around PPAs and contracting. And this, I bring these items up because option B, which was the modified membership, we could have also done those things, except that it was going to be in a carve-out situation and much more difficult to allocate accurate costs. And also there was a question around, well, if we have to have a fully separate portfolio, you know, how does that all work? And so I just want to say, especially because City Manager Terrazas is on the line, we really did look at this both from what works the best for PCE, but also what we feel has the best benefit to the City of Los Banos in terms of your risk and your financial obligations. So with that, let's move to the technical study. And do you want me to take this one, Jan, or do you want to run down these?
I can go into some of this. So well, why don't you start and then I'll add to it.
Okay, cool. I think as referenced, MRW and Associates is the author of the study. They're an energy consulting firm based in Oakland. They have done multiple CCA technical studies and peer reviews, and they've been in the space for a very long time. And we got started with them about 3.5 weeks ago, and we've been hosting weekly and sometimes twice a week calls with them to stay on task and to test their assumptions and all of that. As Jan mentioned, Los Banos' load represents about 4.8% and about 15,000 new accounts. So even though the population there is larger, the number of accounts is approximately 15,000. The scope of the study considers two things. One, Los Banos' potential impact on PCE's load and our financials, and also considers what would happen if Los Banos chose to pursue it on their own. And so it does set it up to be instructive to them and to us in these two categories. As I mentioned before, we've had multiple calls with the modeling folks, and Andy and his team have feverishly double-checked all of the assumptions and the financials, and we're still in the process of vetting a lot of that, but it's coming along. I'm going to finish this, Jan, and then turn it over to you to give some high-level feedback as to where we are now. The study we had hoped to have ready for you tonight. So we tried, but there was a delay in the data that was received from PG&E on the order of about a month. And so we're in a little bit of compression catch-up on the timeline. It will be done next week and then presented and posted for the City of Los Banos by September 8th. I'm going to skip over 6 because Jan will talk about that. And the last is just reiterating that we'll get to this in a minute with the timeline, but the study will be presented to the Los Banos City Council on September 16th, and then to you all at your next board meeting, which is your retreat, on the 26th. So that's kind of the quick summary. Jan, I'll go back to you because I know there were some results out of today's call.
Right. So, there's some key assumptions that are in the study, or in the technical study. And, MRW is one of the firms that provides projections of what rates might be, projections of PCIA changes, and we work with them and receive their projections on a regular basis, as do all the other CCAs. And when we did our 5-year plan, we were very conservative, and we assumed PG&E rate increases of 1% over the next 5 years, because that's a very conservative estimate, because as PG&E rates go up, then our rates can go up as well. So we kept it low. But MRW has been studying this for a long time, and their projection of PG&E rate changes is that they would average 2.8% per year over the study period. And the study period we're looking at is 2022 to 2030. Los Banos would be able to start receiving service on January 1, 2022. So, because MRW was hired as the outside expert neutral party to do this study, that's what they're doing in their study, and we will once we get the results, we'll show you as well what the results would be if we put in our rate projections. We also assumed that PCIA rates would stay high over that 5-year period. MRW is projecting lower PCIA rates starting in 2023 because a number of large facilities are coming off of contracts with PG&E. There's a couple of large natural gas plants that will no longer be under contract with PG&E, which should reduce the PCIA. And then also the retirement of Diablo Canyon, 1 unit in 2024 and 1 unit in 2025. So that will bring the PCIA down because costs for those units are in the PCIA. So, again, that's a difference between what we put into our 5-year forecast to you and what MRW is using for their analysis here. And then the third other area of costs is RA, resource adequacy. And so there is, because Los Banos is a summer peaking area, it gets very hot there in the summer, so their electricity use is higher in the summer compared to how our load changes in the summer. So we would need to buy additional RA to cover their higher summer load. And there's a change that's taking place in how one of the RA products that we have to buy, local RA, is going to be procured in the future. In 2023, a central procurement entity is going to be put in place, and that central procurement entity is going to do the local RA. We'll still have to do the system and the flex. So we are, again, it's unclear how the costs for local RA are going to be handled once this central procurement entity takes over, because that proceeding is still ongoing. So we're being conservative on our assumptions on that, and assuming that we'll continue to have fairly high RA costs for the local RA, just because that's and when we've talked to MRW about that, and I think we're in agreement that that's the right assumption there. So net, our initial calculations show over this 9-year study period of 2022 to 2030, or the preliminary results show that it's either revenue neutral or potentially up to $20 million positive over that 9-year time period to bring Los Banos into PCE. There is a large initial investment in 2022, namely for the startup costs, sending out the enrollment, getting the implementation plan in, setting up an office there and bringing in a person to have a local presence. And then mostly it's the additional cost of the RA. So it's looking like the initial investment to bring them on is about $3 million, but that would be recovered by 2026. So, and then beyond. So this is what our initial, what the latest version of the analysis shows, and it's still being honed, and we weren't able to bring you the final numbers today, but we should have those early next week, and we'll review those again with the subcommittee. So we just wanted to provide that input to you as to what it's looking like for PCE. Happy to answer any questions, stopping at this point.
Okay, thanks, Sean. Thanks, Jan. What I'd like to do is, if there are questions, let's start with questions from the board, and then I'll take our public comment, and then we can come back for a round of discussion about our recommendation going forward. So I'm going to start with Rick DeGolia. Go ahead.
Jeff?
Yes?
Jeff, I'm sorry, if I may, there are a few more slides.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was thinking you guys were.
I know. I know we got to move along, but the third piece of the recommendation is the JPA agreement.
Okay, sorry. Why don't you go ahead with that and we'll discuss everything at once.
Okay, sorry about that. So if we move to the next slide, we'll make this quick. I know David Silberman is with us. The third piece of this that needs to happen, and we're doing this on a parallel path because of timing, is there has to be a couple of amendments to the JPA agreement. And we did some research with David, looking at other CCAs that have expanded and added members over the years, and just looked at, what's best practice, what's out there. And the bottom line is that there were a couple of just administrative language amendments, and then 3 sections that are being proposed to add, all part of section 4.3, which David will cover, that really just pertains to additional detail, and then risk mitigation for PCE. And you see there the sections that are being proposed. These language was adapted from Marin Clean Energy's JPA. They've added new members multiple times. And so I'll turn it over now to David. Is there anything you'd like to highlight about these changes?
In the interest of time, it's really very straightforward. As you observed, there are a lot of references that sort of limit the JPA to San Mateo County. So there's a handful of changes throughout the document that simply broaden it to not be limited to San Mateo County. They don't really have legal significance. They're more rhetorical. And then section 4.3 is really just designed to provide a mechanism to add. When we formed, the intention was it just to be San Mateo County. There was no language that allowed to add additional parties. This language would allow addition of new parties on the same basis with the same rights as existing parties. The only addition is that, in the event that, when we bring in, if we were to bring in a new party, there are certain costs that we would incur that wouldn't otherwise be incurred. I think that perhaps the biggest one is, we have to, do new mailings for the new customers to give them an opportunity to opt out. For those who've been on the board for a while, we have to do 4 mailings to give people notice of their opportunity to opt out. And so we wanted to create a mechanism to recover those costs in the unlikely event that the new entity joined and then left so quickly that we didn't have an opportunity to recoup it. So that's really all those sections do. They're not terribly exciting.
And you all received the red line in your packet, so you should all have those in front of you.
Okay. Is there anything else? Should we move to questions, or is that?
Nope. One last slide, and then we'll wrap this up.
Okay.
Last one is just to show you at a very high level how we're moving toward this in a parallel path. There are activities, as you can see, in September. October is really the month when both PCE board and the city of Los Banos potentially take final actions. In the case of PCE, you guys would pass a resolution of membership, and Los Banos would have to adopt the JPA agreement by resolution and pass the CCE ordinance at one of their October meetings. Potentially, the new board member would be sworn in and seated at your November board meeting, and then we'd have a pretty quick turnaround to get that implementation plan amended and adopted at your December 17th meeting and submitted to the PUC by the end of the year. So we're within the time frame. We can get this done, but it's fairly tight here over the next couple months. And that concludes the report. And back to you, Jeff.
Thanks, John. Quickly, can you remind me what's the significance of the end of the year deadline?
The CPUC requires that all implementation plans or amended implementation plans have to be submitted by December 31 or January 1.
Of this year.
Of this year, in order for the new entity to begin serving customers in 2022 in this case.
So if we went to January 7th, 2nd even, we'd be talking about 2023.
Correct.
Okay,
That's right.
so I wanted to make sure people understood that importance of that deadline. Okay, got some hands up. Let's go through questions and then we'll public comment and we'll come back for discussion. Rick, go ahead. Rick DeGolia, sorry.
Yeah, Jan, when you were giving the information on the expenses a couple slides back, and you were principally focused on RA, which I understand is the big expense. It sounded like there was also an assumption that we were going to have a staff person placed in Los Banos, which I don't think is terribly surprising because they're so far away. But I just hadn't been aware that you'd made that decision to put somebody there. So my question is that an assumption that somebody's going to be there from the beginning, or is that something that might happen later?
I think that's still to be determined, but the thought was certainly during the enrollment period when we'd want to have a lot of public outreach and be able to let people in Los Banos understand, what CCAs are all about, just like all the public outreach we did here before our launch, that it'd be great to have someone located there. So it made me, I don't know if it would be full-time or part-time. We haven't really talked to Los Banos about that, but it just seems like having someone there would be helpful.
Okay.
I think the cost of that.
Just to follow up, and this is really for David, that makes sense to me. I understand why we would want that ability to have a direct connection to the community, especially in that outreach period where education is so important, and we were so involved in organizing meetings for almost every one of our cities when we were doing the outreach. David, I understand that in the amendment to the JPA, you said that one of the features is if in this case, Los Banos were to leave before a certain time period, then there'd be a cost recovery. And would that include costs such as placing a person there during the outreach, that kind of thing?
I think it would. The language of the amendment is costs of launch. So if the placement of that individual is directly related to the launch, then yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and actually another thought I had, Rick, which wouldn't cost money, would be perhaps to add someone to our Citizens Advisory Committee from Los Banos to have their perspective, so that we make sure that the programs and other things that we're implementing represent what, we can hear what's important to them and make sure that's taken into account.
Yeah, I think that's important. And just for the other board members' edification, the biggest discussion that we all had in the course of our visits to the Central Valley was how we could enable them to express the different interests that they have than we have. And they're a different community than we are. They're really a Central Valley community. And we had long discussions about that. We kind of thought some kind of a special position for them, and that's not what's being proposed. And I think what's being proposed is the best solution for PCE. And I guess I also think that if they want something more, it's up to them to ask for it. We don't need to offer it. But we had lots of discussion about how to give them that space. Membership on the CAC makes all kinds of sense to me.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Okay. Rick Bonilla's got his hand up.
Yeah, sir. Sure. Thanks, Jeff. I have something to say, but do you think first we might want to give the person from Los Banos a chance to speak?
Oh, I didn't want to put him on the spot, but Alex.
Yeah.
Sure. Thanks, Rick. Well, I'm a little unprepared. The staff have been coordinating Staff here mostly have been coordinating the effort, but I did want to attend the meeting to at least introduce myself, to express that the council is very interested in the program. They have given us authorization to move forward with exploring participation. So, and in addition to that, on the staff level, from my perspective, it just made a ton of sense to look into the participation. I mean, it's, I guess to use a technical term, gee whiz, the facility's right down the street, and it just makes a ton of sense to participate in, you know, that incredible facility that's literally in our front yard. So I thought it made sense from a staff perspective. The council, at least at this point, kind of lacking, you know, the feasibility study, thinks it makes sense, but I'm here. So you all know we're interested, and you all know that we're committed to moving the process forward. So I'm not sure I have more to offer than that, but again, just wanted to attend, let you all know that you know, we're engaged.
Great. Thank you, Alex. And and nice to meet you. And look forward to hearing more on as we move forward on this.
And kind of a native, kind of the Peninsula, born and raised Santa Clara, worked for the city of Mountain View, kind of started my career in local government in Mountain View. So kind of connected to the Bay.
Okay, cool. All right, thank you. Rick, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Yeah, I do. Thank you, Alex, for being on and sharing for us on behalf of Los Banos. So I just wanted to add, when we were talking earlier about the different reasons why we decided to go and talk with Los Banos, you know, it's basically the same as the reasons we've done everything else. The reasons that we actually sought to form PCE, and the reasons why we built the right solar facility in Los Banos. And the same reason why when back in 2017, I was looking at the difficulty that we had been having as a movement, CCAs, with legislators and with the CPUC. And at the time I suggested what I know best was that we need to organize, we need to grow our membership and our affiliations and be able to be a bigger entity with more people standing there when the legislators look at us and when the CPUC looks at us. So we did all that because we want to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and we want to do as much as we can to maintain the health and livability of our planet and our ability to be happy and spontaneous and survive. So that's all. Thank you, John.
Okay, thanks, Rick. Carlos is up next. Go ahead, Carlos.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. Can someone explain or answer my question how, as you all know, one of the many benefits of being a member of PCE, and there are many, is that indeed there is some cash that is available to implement community programs. Given that Los Banos is probably a little different in terms of its needs and the concerns that it has, how do we think the integration and the sharing of some of our community programs will work there, and does it complicate the development of future community programs? So, you know, we want to push it, as an example, we want to push in this county very much in an accelerated way the use of all electric vehicles. That may not be the case in Los Banos if, let's say, a lot of trucks are the primary mode of transportation, and those have not been electrified very well unless you want to go to an expensive Tesla. So could someone explain how we think the program part of our organization will kind of translate over or integrate into this new city?
Yeah, Jan, do you want to take a stab at that one?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, we have a lot of different programs going, and we have the vehicle electrification, we have programs to help people improve their homes so that they're eligible for energy efficiency rebates. We have programs for putting battery storage in or putting solar plus batteries. We're going to be looking at a program for community solar to allow low-income folks to be basically virtual net metering. So I think we have quite a variety of programs, and there may be some that are of more interest to the Los Banos community than others. And I think we also look forward to hearing their suggestions on what would be appropriate there that we might also find to be good here. So I think there's a lot of learning and sharing that we can do. And, you know,
I think my feeling is, oh, good, sorry. My impression is that we have to offer the same programs everywhere, but we understand they will not be uptaken equally everywhere.
Right. Just like same here, you know, we offer programs here and some communities are more interested in some of the programs than others. Certainly putting in local resources and, you know, being able to put in more storage and more renewables on a local basis, we would want to do the same in their town.
If I might, my only comment would be not everybody drives a pickup truck here in town.
Yeah, that would
Not the
be
stereotype.
gross generalizations that you should not take as an insult, Alex.
No, not at all. As we get to know each other, you'll find, you know, I've been told my sense of humor is dry, and you know, I've been called lots of things myself. So no offense taken.
Okay.
Jeff, if I just may add and end with, so I've been ruminating a little bit over the kind of the catalytic nature of Los Banos actually coming into TCE, and particularly I think that you know, I'm hoping that in the future this actually may benefit the entire county of Merced, where indeed maybe Merced wants to, after seeing this integration, look at doing their own, you know, community choice aggregator that, you know, who knows, maybe Los Banos leaves us in 5 years or 6 years, but I think if this could be catalytic to get some of the counties and other cities in the valley to look at this, I think it makes a lot of sense, even though there may be a few bumps in the road just to get this up and running. But I thank you.
Point well taken. Yes.
Yeah, I don't want to speak out of turn, if I might.
Go ahead and respond, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's absolutely opportunity for that. I think the other cities looked into the program, but may have been a little tentative. So, you know, we just kind of jumped in, and here we are. But I think there could be an opportunity for the other cities in the community to participate at some point. And sorry to barge in.
No worries. Thank you. Okay, Anne, you have been very patient. Thank you. Go ahead and make your comment.
Thank you. I am taking off my elected official hat and wearing my commissioner hat on the State Recycling Commission. We have been able to add equity into our work plan, and I just want to say I love this idea. I have been trying to figure out how the rich coastal communities can work more closely with the other communities in the Central Valley. I think this is an excellent example. This will sound really corny, but I am so proud of all of you, and I will take the lessons I'm learning from this to the State Commission. Thank you all.
Thank you, Anne. Okay, so we have 3 items that we're looking for, which are, I guess I'll say, they're provisional approvals of these 3. So the 3 are the recommendation from the committee to offer fully integrated membership, Model A, that we talked about. The second would be to offer membership to Los Banos, and the third would be to amend our JPA. So I mean, Jan or Sean, do you want to just sort of walk through, when you say provisional, do you want us sort of to approve something contingent on things? Do you want us to, are we delegating authority to you and Jan? How do you want to, what are you looking for from us?
Dan, do you want me to take that, or would you like to do it?
Well, I'll start and you can fill in what I missed.
Okay.
So, I mean, if we had the final results of the technical study, we would have asked for, well, I guess that's actually number 2. So I'll do number 2. Sean, go ahead and do number 1.
I think number 1 does not have to be conditioned upon results of the technical study, because it's generalized enough to just say, consider their recommendation for option A for any new member agency. So it's fairly general. It does not commit you to Los Banos. So number 1 does not have to be provisional if you don't want it to be.
Yes. So number 1 is just saying if we were to go ahead, we'd go ahead with Model A would be the recommendation we're making and looking for. Okay.
That's right. Do you want to take them one at a time, Jeff, or do you want to take them in total?
Oh, why don't you go through 2 and 3, and then we'll probably discuss them as a group.
Okay. Jan, you want me to take number 2? I think it's pretty straightforward.
Sure.
Sure. Okay. So number 2 is provisional. That pending the results of the technical study, which will be out here in the next coming week, that you would direct staff, meaning Jan as the CEO, at the subcommittee's authorization to offer membership to the City of Los Banos for potential 2022 enrollment. And the reason that we need that provisional recommendation tonight is that you guys don't meet again until the end of September. So this is a way to try and walk and thumb and operate in parallel while still remaining the subcommittee to make sure that there's comfort in the results of the technical study. So this is a provisional recommendation.
And it's also a delegation, not just to staff, but also to the subcommittee of this board.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. The third.
So to be fair, I could do the third.
Oh, go ahead.
The third, you don't have to do anything. Really, you can't approve the JPA agreement today, even if you wanted to. The JPA agreement actually requires that we send out notice of the proposed changes to all of the cities 30 days before you vote on it. So as to 3, if you're happy with the form of the revised JPA agreement, you don't have to do anything. I would only need to know if you wanted us to make changes to it before we sent it out to the cities. I would need to know that tonight, and frankly, I would probably have to make those changes on the fly in order to keep the timeline, which would be fun, but I'm not encouraging.
Okay. So we've got those 3 things. Does anybody, I mean, we could start with a motion, but does anyone want to start with a comment, or anybody wanted to jump in as far as an opinion on this? It's a big thing we're trying to decide. We've got to move quickly. The pieces are, I mean, we got delayed a lot by COVID, but I think we'd like to be able to, if at all possible, we'd like to get this across the line for this year for 2022. So Laura, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I just want to say I'm, the more I hear about this, the more I am in favor of it. And I echo Ann Schneider's comments. This is precedent setting, and I think could help us in the long term deal with, helping to continue to, reduce greenhouse gas emissions and all that type of thing. So increasing our footprint and our influence and helping others to do what we've proven to be a proven model is super exciting. And I appreciate the recommended board actions, and seems appropriate and practical from my perspective. Thank you.
Thanks, Laura. Wayne, go ahead.
So for clarification, we are looking at ending section 4.3, 4.3.1, and 4.3.2, right?
Yes.
Those would be the amendments. Yes.
Well, I'll make a motion.
Okay. So, okay, are you moving all 3? Do we moving that we option A, defer
I'll
to
make all
delegate the subcommittee and
I'll second that.
Okay, moved by Lee, seconded by DeGolia. I guess the one thing I'll just bring up is, just the JPA amendments. Obviously, I mean, I don't know if you had a chance to review them. It might be something that people wanted to look at, but I mean, I guess as David said, now is the time if anyone wants to revise something, or we could. Anyone has any other discussion on this, or has any amendments they'd like to make? That now would be the time to bring it up.
Jeff, I just want to encourage if anyone has a concern about it, because I know several of us have been very involved in this process, but if any, and I think several people have spoken very well about it, but if anybody has a concern, I would encourage them to ask that or to express that.
Well, I mean, this is Wayne. I mean, isn't this, I mean, other JPAs have done the same thing. Other CCAs have done similar things. So it's not a new thing.
It is not a new thing, and it's new for us. But we, again, you know, and Rick is right. We're sort of, we kind of, situation has forced us into this compressed timeline. I just, like Rick said, I want to make sure that people do have a chance if they have reservations to express them. But if you guys want to move ahead, we should move ahead. Any other comments before a vote? Okay, I don't see any. So the motion on the table is to consider option A, allow the subcommittee to recommend staff to offer membership and make the associated changes to the JPA. If there's no other comments, Ann, roll call vote, please.
Okay, if you would please signify your approval or disapproval of the motion when I announce your jurisdiction. County of San Mateo.
Yes.
County of San Mateo. Carol? All right. Town of Atherton.
Yes.
City of Belmont.
Yes.
City of
And this is, I'm sorry, I didn't realize it's muted. Carol wants to vote yes.
Okay, thanks, Carol. I've got you. All right, I've got Atherton and Belmont. City of Brisbane.
Yes.
City of Burlingame.
Yes.
Town of Colma.
Yes.
City of Daly City. Daly City.
Rod?
Sorry about that. Forgot I was muted. Yes, I vote yes. Sorry.
Thank you. City of East Palo Alto.
See?
City of Foster City.
Yes.
City of Half Moon Bay.
Yes, enthusiastically.
Town of Hillsborough.
Yes.
City of Menlo Park.
Yes.
Town of Millbrae.
City of Millbrae?
Oh, sorry, City of Millbrae, yes.
I approve.
Thank you. City of Pacifica.
Yes.
Town of Portola Valley.
Yes.
City of Redwood City.
Yes.
City of San Bruno.
Yes.
City of San Carlos.
Yes. Thank
City
you.
of San Mateo.
Rick?
Yes.
City of South San Francisco.
Yes.
Town of Woodside.
Delighted to support this. Yes.
Unanimously passed.
Yes, exciting. Thank you all. Okay, that concludes item 6. We are actually going to continue. So as you know, we have a closed session coming up, and because they are not urgent, we're going to continue items 7, 8, and 9. And actually, you know what? I'll continue 10 to next month as well. I might just ask around for if anyone else wants to join me as a CAC liaison. That leaves, does anyone have a board member report they wanted to give before we move to closed session?
I do.
Go ahead, Daniel.
Just a second, let me get my video up. Just a quick one in the interest of time. Wanted to let people know that I've elected not to run for re-election to the town council, town of Woodside. Happy to chat with anybody offline on reasons and stuff, but after some years of service, have decided to let others continue on. One of my biggest regrets is going to be missing being on the PCE board since I was here from the beginning. But I know that things are left in excellent hands. So I've obviously got a couple more meetings left, but only a couple more meetings left. So I just wanted to let people know. And one of the reasons I'm freeing up a little bit more time is to work on more clean energy, climate change kinds of things in a more focused manner. So happy to chat with people on that topic as well. but just wanted to let my colleagues on the board know.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
Dan.
Daniel.
We will miss you, but we look forward to you coming back to us with your ideas. So,
Great.
Alex has your hand up. Go ahead, Alex.
Let me unmute myself. I just wanted to thank everyone before I jump off. Appreciate the opportunity. Look forward to working with you all. So thanks. Have a good night.
Thank you. Good night.
I'm going to go do something glamorous like finish my laundry. So everybody.
Okay. Okay. If there are no other board member reports, we're going to move to closed session. Let me explain this a little bit. Well, first, I think before we go, I think we want to take maybe just a 5-minute break. Everybody could probably just use a few minutes to regroup. What's going to happen is Andy is going to transfer control of the meeting to me as host. I'm going to create a breakout room, and then I will be inviting board members only into the breakout room. So let's, Andy, why don't we switch over, and then I can start moving people over, and then, but then we're going to just take a few minutes if you just want to take a little break if you need to, and we'll come back and let's say we'll come back at 8:55. It's 8:47 right now. Okay.
And for the public, the intention is there's not going to be a reportable action. Jeff and I will come back and report that there's no reportable action, but we don't want members of the public who are welcome to hang out till we get back to wait around for something to happen, because what's going to happen is Jeff and I are going to come back and say no reportable action. But I just wanted to let the public know.
So we don't do anything?
Okay, so what's going to happen now is I'm creating a breakout room. And I'm going to start inviting people over to it.
Do we have to do anything?
You, let me think. You will have to, I think you might have to click something.
Hey, Jeff, I think that when they get the invite, I think they say, yes, I accept, or I'll go.
Okay. Yeah, you should get a little notice, right, of that. Okay, I am concentrating, and then David is coming over too. Okay, and Jan, I can text you when we're ready for you to join us, or I guess I could invite you, but I'll text you as well.
Okay, and at that point, I'd come into the breakout room.
At that point, I invite you, and then you come in. Yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. I am inviting everyone, and if there's anybody who I'm looking at who's not assigned, and everyone's somebody who does not belong in the breakout room. So okay, so folks are moving over. I'm going to take a quick break. I encourage you to do the same, and we'll reconvene in about 8:55. Okay.
Jeff? Oh.
Yes.
Your words about reconvening in 5 minutes, none of the people in the breakout room would have heard that.
Oh, okay. I'll go over there and just quickly tell them. I guess I'm going over there now. Okay.
Yeah, only a couple of people haven't gone yet. Looks like Dave Pine.
I see Dave is not there. Marty, Rick.
Dave Pine's now gone.
Okay.
Marty and Rick.
Okay.
Marty now, and Rick's the only one looks like remaining.
Okay, and I got everyone right. I don't see anybody that shouldn't be there, and I didn't add anybody.
Well, I can't. I can't tell.
Right. Okay. Okay. I think I'm good.
Well, Rick's the only one that hasn't gone yet.
Okay. I'm going to jump over there and just remind them that we're coming back in 5 minutes.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Andy. I think I guess I'm taking this from here.
Okay. Good.
Right.
Good luck.
Thank you. Good night.
Ann and Shayna, I don't see the point of us hanging on, but it's okay if you do. It could be an hour or two or whatever for them to come back. But I assume, Ann, you'll record the report out or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well-
I would normally wait for the official word from David, nothing to report out, and the official adjournment of the meeting.
All right, well, it appears that this part of the meeting might still be recording. I'm not really sure how that works, although because I'm no longer the host, I can't control it, but it might just be a big empty record part, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I can let you know when it's finished so that you can leave. I can tell you when the time is. I don't think there's a need for you to have to hang on, because it may be an hour or hour and a half.
Yeah, we used to hang out in the kitchen.
All right, I'm heading off. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you, Andy.
Sure.
I'd go ahead and go, Ann.
Well, I was just going to wait, make sure that Rick DeGolia gets over there.
I'm sure Jeff will text him if he
Okay,
doesn't.
yeah. He should have gotten an invitation to click on.
I'm sure he did.
Okay, are you gonna hang?
Well, I have to stay here. I stop my video, I'm going to mute it, and I'm going to go eat my dinner.
Ah, good.
And
Okay.
Jeff is going to text me when they're ready to invite me in. So I'm basically going to go live my life for the next hour or hour and a half.
Okay.
So yeah, there's no reason for you to stay in.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you very much. Have a good dinner.
Thanks, you too.
Okay, thanks.
Good evening. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks. Okay.
Oh, and I see Rick went over now. So
yeah. Okay, so that's what happened.
All good.
Okay. All right. I'm going to.
Adios.
All right. Here I go.
We're all back to the main session.
Bye, Jan.
Oh, are we all back? Okay. Oh, maybe I
So,
brought you all back with me.
Is a regular meeting adjourned?
Yes. David is going to report out of meeting. Is David here?
And
there we are,
There you are. Okay.
together again.
And I told Anne to just go, to not hang around, that
And
we
that's
let
fine.
her know when